Thank you, YouTube, for picking it up after restarting the stream again. Yeah. And this time I'll play music. Okay, so where was I? Because before I was rudely interrupted by the doorbell. I don't know. Oh, right, that, yeah. Oh, I just need a constructor for vulkan descriptor texture that takes a character constructor. I just know it. Know that that's what I need. Textural H descriptor. I still don't understand why it's not picking up this one, but on second thought I don't want that to be picked up. Something, comma, debug name. Something is wrong. Something is horribly wrong. So before I had only shader resource texture. This texture is taking just a string view. So weird. That's the one that I'm missing. That is what we need to pass to base, I think. Texture. In the end, this is so weird. This is so weird. But okay. So I think I need something like this, which is weird in itself, definitely. Because this is not debug only. Oh, it is legit debug only. Just yeah, it's not being used and as etc. Okay, okay. And this must be in the base class. Don't need that one. This is descriptor, right? Yep. I don't think I need that one anymore. Moving is obvious. Assigning works still. This one does not make any sense. Is it even used? Well, I hope, because it contains code that we need. The constructor of base. We have a default constructor. Really? Now I'm not using this anymore. Or I did. Yeah, I should buy a webcam, I think. I really should buy a webcam. I seem to have a very expressionate, how you say that? I don't think expressionate is a word. Well, I invent a new word, expressionate, face. And sometimes I really miss that I cannot use non-verbal communication here. About, you know, the complete ridiculousness of what I'm doing. Error, incomplete type. Vulkan descriptor set key context used in nested name specifier. Ah. Can I not just include that then? Let's just include it. Let's include everything. I mean, other people write a one header only library, claiming that that's an advantage. Now, basically, this means that you dump all the code in one file, and not just one file, but in a header, and then let the users suffer. And I try to compile it. Long compile times. And developing must not be easy. If you make one change, you have to compile everything. People are happy with it, so I'm happy with it, including more headers and more headers. Every header includes every other header. That's what people want. No matching function for call to Vulkan shader builder shader resource texture. Yeah, that is because I removed this first thing here from the constructor. We don't see the first line, so let's have a look at it. Jesus Christ, it is 18 degrees here, and I'm like, oh, I'm so hot. Take off a vest. I don't know why. Is It's 18 degrees hot. Apparently. Yep, definitely problem here. God, I hate this. At this point, I have no idea anymore what I'm doing. So I'm just, gives compile error. Let's comment it out. Usually I use compile errors to fix my code. Like you make a few changes, let's say 10% of what is needed, and then I start to compile, and then the compile errors tell me the other 90%. In this case, I'm just gonna go with the runtime errors, I think, that I get once it compiles. What is this? Struct vulkan builder shared resource texture has no member named update scriptal set. Pretty awesome. It would be nice if IMU still worked. There is hope that everything goes wrong, but IMU still works. No match for operator assignment. Why not? Candidate. Unknown conversion organ 1 from shared resource to descriptor. Aha. Okay. So member named upload. Okay. Upload. Really? The pain. The pain. Yeah, I don't think we get there with brainless commenting out. We really have to think a little bit. This move operator is not working because of where we're being called from. And it's not from here. It just added that. No, it did not. This is in create textures, and we're doing stuff like uploading. Yeah, I think I need 2 arrays. Ugh. I'm just guessing. On top of everything. So I did split my class texture up into 2 textures. And then we're going to I'm gonna call this, let's say, texture descriptors. That is very far-fetched. Let's put it in front of it. Descriptor textures, and then we just call this textures. And then I shader builder. Was in my thoughts was I've got right. Vulkan shade resource. Yeah, well, no. Upload. Damn it. What just happened? Control that. Okay. So the magic of what I'm doing here is that you don't understand it. I don't understand it. And in an hour or so, everything will work. Again. Very unexpected. So one moment you still hear me sighing, I don't know, I don't understand this. And then suddenly, everything will work, and then we're done. Then I can commit it. It compiled, for example, a second ago. Just did. Segmentation fault. Core dump. Do we have an official core dump or an assert? I don't see one. Let's have a look in the debugger. Run in GDB. That's a nice thing of programming. Even if you have no idea what you're doing, as soon as the program works, apparently you did the right thing. So you can just let yourself be guided by all the errors, like calling deal SLID full with a this point of 0. Up. Ooh, so this is null. We do not have a member. Pretty sure that member here is what is M member? Members probably standard unique pointer. Yep, and it has no. That's 0 to begin with. No, that's weird. Anyway, pretty 0. So M member was not assigned. Am I a software engineer? Dude, what do you mean? What is software engineer? So somewhere we have an M member equals here, and I bet it is commented out, because that's what I was doing. Commenting out everything. Wait, there's another one here. So either this one or that one, or both are commented out. I bet this one. No, this one. So this one is not commented out. Is that what you're saying? Oh, look at that one. 7.3 is not commented out. And yep, the other one is commented out here. Not even have texture anymore. Sorry, don't even have the constructor anymore. I was missing this. I told you we're gonna need this. And there we are, needing it. But now I have to think. Dun, 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 dun. Member, all that. Definitely needs a deal as LID full. Yep, it does. So Then how am I constructing this thing? Well, it must have been with that. I have no idea how this used to work. The very fact that this compiles means that we never use this. And I think that what I did before was use a default constructor or probably, I mean, this line didn't exist, but we had a using shared resource base. So I was using the constructor that is being called here, and this just passes it on, so it's the same thing. And then we had a comment saying, if you use this constructor, then we're going to use a move assignment later on, which is here. Which means that we're moving something, and that move did assign the member. So it was never assigned here. But that would not be possible, because then who is putting texture in front of it? Unless, of course, what we moved here was something that was constructed passing a GLSLID full postfix string. Yeah, I remember that. And I deleted that. That was for the other class. And then I deleted the base class constructor. That's how it got there. Ah, okay. Now I'm seeing the picture. Trying to hold on to it. Constructor. Pause, delete. This moved. Yeah, okay. So it's only 5 steps ish. And now how should I fix that? I don't have that anymore. I don't want to have it. I cannot have it. So why? Okay, that's really weird. Okay, let's look at the git diff. So what I did is somewhere I created texture and then immediately assign it. Yep, that was using, well, I didn't find it yet, but somewhere I did create a texture, which was passed a GLSLID full, which was then passed to that constructor, which I now have commented out. So it was being used by this constructor, by this texture. And I'm no longer doing that, as you can see. It's just gone, delete. No, not eating today. Not yet anyway. Character const pointer also deleted. Everything is deleted. Who needs GLSLID strings? I don't. You don't. Absolutely nobody understands why I cannot find back where I commented it out or deleted it. Why? Did I miss it? Maybe I committed it before, I don't know. Grab project sources, everything, like assign something with a created texture. I would guess I would use that. And that is not existing. It is existing here. Why did I not see this then? This should be part of the div. I mean, I already found it, but I really want to see that it does not exist in my div. That's ridiculous. Oh, there it is. I just overlooked it. So yes, you see I commented out the first argument. That's here. Oh, that's an array. Oh, it's called top and bottom. Oh, oh. Cat wants pointers. Yeah. No, that's super strange, but now I see it. Yep. Deleted that too. And then .h, you need to go to texture.h somewhere. Or not. Damn it. Texture. Seriously? Impossible. I was just looking for it. I must have been here and didn't see that it was it. M descriptor texture is what it is being called. And I'm passing here the debug names M texture top and M texture bottom. Why am I passing these two? Because before I just had two class variables called M texture top and M texture bottom. Then I put them in an array and I kept these names, which is ridiculous. And these are just used as debug name. I don't even think they're being used as in the vulkan debug. So what I really want to do is make this top. I'll make this bottom. And now they are no longer debug names, so I should rename them. Now they are the GLSLID postfix. So I'm going to here, it's no longer debug name. I'm going to call these things. I'll just call it like that. Now the base does take a debug name here, though I can use the same thing, I guess. Why not? But it is also that. Now we're entering quote. Just print a thing. Do not have a print string or something like that. Print string. Oh yeah, we have it. I will put quotes around it for me. And then we make the texture prefix, and then we append the postfix to it, and then we set the member equal to, well, we create a member even. And now that problem has been fixed. Not quite. Print string? Print string? What do you mean print string? Print string was not declared in this scope. Well, why did you give it a color then? Pretty sure it was there. CWDS debug ostream operators.h. Shouldn't I just get it if I include debug.h? Let's try with the simple header. The simplest header I could think of. No. Nope. Okay, then not. How about CWDS slash debug ostream operators? It's maybe a bit too direct. I want to know who's including this. Who's including this? Project sources. The whole damn include. Several. Application.h, texture.h. Oh, I just added that. Okay, whatever. Got to admit. Why would a header called debug.h include something like a debug ostream operators header? Oh, wait, I'm talking too fast here. It's still not there. Debug. Print debug. Namespace. I hate it when I cannot find words. I hate it so much that I want to find a word. What was I thinking? I mean, I know what I was thinking, but I don't think in words. I just have to continuously translate my thoughts into words. More and more often, I'm already halfway a sentence and I still did not find the right word. In this case, I meant derivative of pedantic. Does there something exist like pedantic? Yes, there it is. Pedanticness. It's an insulting word. It's exactly my kind of humor. To describe someone who annoys others by correcting small errors. So what I wanted to say is namespace pedanticness of the compiler. So I wouldn't think of insulting anyone else but my compiler. Namespace pedanticness. I don't think I ever used the word pedanticness in my life before. So, hey, it compiles. Sorry about that. Let's crash. What? No crashes, but we have at least validation errors. Descriptor set pipeline and descriptor set per set index per frame resource 0, number 0, and counter the following validation error at vk draw time descriptor in binding number 0 index number 0 is being used in draw but never been. Oh, still that. It's I'm not calling the app the update. is pedantic besserwisser in besserwisser in German. Yeah, that would be in Dutch. That would be a bedweter. I don't think that's pedanticness, really. Not exactly, I think. But I don't know the translation into English either. Bedweter. Someone who knows better. Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, yeah, I am no longer doing that. That is correct. But you might work. Okay, what the hell happened here? I'm not in that directory. Okay. Make my window smaller for you guys. Tests, CD tests, CD textures. Now I can type window.h. And then I forgot what I was going to do. Really? Seriously? Yeah. Unbelievable. Alzheimer for you. It's coming. What was I going to do? Ah, now I know it. Finally. It's not completely senile yet. I want to change this into 1 and then recompile it. So now I turn on IMView and then I hope that, you know, validation errors, yes, but IMView still working. Really seriously hope that. Really. Please work. Yes! IMView is still working. Isn't that great? And it's just complaining about the same thing. That means that we have just 1 bug left, at least until it works again. Update. I must have called the update blah blah old on the texture that has it. Grab project sources. Nobody knows what it was called, but it ends on old. Update the script set old. Will IMView work because I already called that? I'm not calling it anywhere else. I'm calling it just simply not. Texture. Update the script set old. Add a file. That is definition. Debug output. Yes, good. So this must be called, and we are obviously in the namespace shader resource. Okay. Okay, now it would be nice if I had the descriptor before I had my textures. Then I can just, the moment I create my texture, let's call it image. The moment I create my image, then I can update the descriptor with that image handle, right? Yeah, that order would be nice. If the order is the other way, then I have an image and I cannot update anything because I don't have a descriptor yet. And then later I get a descriptor, I have to remember that I still had to update that descriptor with the image that I already created, which would be annoying. So I think I'm going to look for in which order I get my stuff. And I guess that I get my stuff like... Well, by the time I upload it, I might already have a handle or not. That's a handle. One of the handles at least. If this handle works and all the handles work, I'm gonna go with... By the time upload is being called, we do have is upload even being called. That might not even be the case actually. Let's have a look for that first. So print it out. DC entering the out debug output. Entering DC debug channels. Debug channel vulkan. Texture upload. Extend, comma, image view kind. Would be nice if this was automated. I mean, the compiler knows what it just entered. That you just, if I just do the out entering or whatever, print, whatever, trace, it should work automatically. But no, it has to do so by hand. Resource owner, con type, texture data feeder. Does it make sense to print that? Just a pointer. I'm not sure I can print unique pointers even. I don't think I can. In the ideal case I can print everything. So I'm just printing it, you know, like everything. And then when I cannot print it, I fix that so I can print it. And then eventually, after a few years, you end up with code that literally can print everything. And with print I mean write to an O stream. And then I mean in a format that is usable for debugging. Linking, yeah, it just compiles. It's been a while since I could not print anything. Maybe we are pretty close to being able to print absolutely every time. So now I'm running this and writing it to a file. Top is Dutch for junk. Helping me to remind that this file can be deleted whenever I feel like it. And I forgot what I just added. Probably this one. Okay, that's one of them. That's one of them. I can edit this file, and then we can let's go to the top and find the first one. Okay, we're uploading it. Nice, but I want to know if I already have the descriptor. Oh, well. The descriptor probably talks about top and bottom. I'm going to search upwards for bottom. Let's just chill this L code. Hey, there we are. But that's just a debug code, of course. This is not the right way to find if I already have it. The descriptor. I think it's a call to realize. Realize descriptor. That seems pretty early. It is a 19% of the output. And if I go to the texture upload, 9%. Damn it. So the order's wrong. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here to know more precisely where we are in the code. Run in funny. Run. Okay, I'm just having a breakdown here. A break. Upload is being called from. Komt ie maar. Okay, there it is. And it is being called from backtrace. Create textures. The textures are being created from the synchronous window task. Yeah. Well, now we are deep inside my engine. The rest is not interesting, I guess. Very early. It's done as soon as the logical device is known. Oh, create device. Yeah. Okay. Logical device task. So like super early. No way I have my descriptor set yet. Hey, Retin, Akil. End of the week. Is it Friday? No, it's Thursday. Oops, you still have 1 day to go. Sorry. Hey, Retin, didn't you say that you were going to join my project at some point? Thought that was you. Okay, someone click like. Now I have 19 oh, it's okay, never mind. 18 concurrent viewers and 18 likes. It just looks right, you know? Never mind. Okay, well, it would be nice if you joined, yes. So when are you going to join? You still have to finish university first? So in 6 years or so? I think you said something about sooner, but... Did you even compile my project once? Because so far there were 2 people who said, I'm going to compile your project. And they joined Discord and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well I skip ahead from myself. I said, I don't think you can compile it because it's very difficult. But as expected, so no problem. Just try to compile it and then write to Discord any error that you get. And I will help you personally to get it to compile. And never heard from them again. Never. Not a single word. They just vanished. So that's why I'm asking. Did you even try to compile it yet? Because now you're telling me you're going to join my project, and in 3 months you're going to try to compile my project, and then I will never hear from you again. Sniff. I'm feeling self-pity. Okay, whatever you do, don't run away. You are not going to manage to compile my project. Don't run away. Just tell me the errors. And I will tell you what is the problem and how to fix it. I will not make any remarks, Superman, about suicide. No, you did not hear me say that. I have a limit to the morbidity of the jokes that I make. Are you in your last year, Heratin? Sorry, I'm confused. I thought you were 18. No way you can have finished university at 18. It's kind of like you start university at that age. I'm so confused. Maybe you skipped several years. Skipped grades. Okay, let me think. I feel in the explaining mood, so everyone who just kept sticking around. See, I have an array here. Size, number of textures, with the names of the files on my disk. Then I have an array, also number of textures big, with the names that I use in my GLSL code before it is preprocessed. This is what I type in, and then my engine will see that and think, hey, that's a texture. Let's declare a declaration for the texture. And then it will compile that GLSL code. Also, we have I want to see it back and point to it. Ah, there it is, top and bottom. So that's the texture is telling it that it's a texture, and the top and bottom say that I have two of them and which one that are. I thought it was another. This is a texture text test pipeline characteristic. And that one then has nothing. Damn it. From the top. Top and bottom. Oh, this is the one here. Actual textures, objects. So these are now the declarations, I'll call them, in my GLSL code. Texture colon top and texture colon bottom. But that is how I compile my shaders. And I want the same shaders to use different textures. So I have two shaders, left and right. Sorry, yes I do. I have two pipelines. One pipeline that draws the left side of the window and one pipeline that draws the right side of the window. They use the same shader code and therefore the same declaration and therefore the same object is related to it. Each of them has a top and a bottom. So I have a top and a bottom on the left and a top and a bottom on the right. But if you just look at the top for, then I want top on the left side and the top on the right side to be different textures, even though they are the same shader variable. Therefore, I'm going to need another object, that would be this texture, currently equal to also to one for the top and one for the bottom, but now I split them up in two different textures. I can make this four textures, and then I can really, draw four different textures in the end. So this one represents the declaration, aka the descriptor that is bound to the descriptor set, that is bound to the shader or the pipeline, and this represents the texture on the disk or the image that is uploaded to the GPU. What now is missing is that I update the descriptor with the image handle. The link doesn't exist yet. Okay, yeah, what's going? Oh, maybe I was confused with someone else then. The first guy that I made moderator here was 18. And I made you moderator as well. But apparently you were the second one then. Yeah, I think you came later. The other one was starting university, so he kind of vanished because he's too busy. After he started the university. Too busy to be on my stream all the time, which I can totally understand. Like I said before, he has his priorities right, apparently. But yeah, good to hear. Yeah, okay, that matches. So if you're 22, then you might finish university soon. Awesome. Let's think here. So I need to update my descriptor, which appears in relationship to this one, with handles that I create later on. No, the other way around. We create these objects and then we load them from disk and upload them to the GPU. And then I have my handles. And then when this is being created, I must update them with those things. And the question is, of course, which ones? Nobody knows except the user code. This is aka this file. I can probably make it work. I can make it work by deriving a user class from this, use that, implement a virtual function, and then do the update in that virtual function. But that then I would have repaired this test. And it's not really general enough, I think. I need another construct. Also, we're going to use an array. I'm not sure if we want to fix it again before I do that. Probably I do. I mean, I just want to see the application work again and just show, you know, the 4 textures, or 2 textures and then 4 images, or 2 images and 4 textures. I don't know. You get what I mean. What would be the best place to do this update? Okay, the update must be done before I start the render loop. The render loop is started at the moment I have my pipeline handles. The pipeline handles are created in some kind of a task. If we find that task, then we are probably closer to where I should call this update. And then hopefully that same task is going to call some kind of vertical function, which is probably going to be that vertical function that I just removed or whatever. And then in the end I'll just have to do what I said. But I still want to understand it a little bit better again. I mean, I wrote the code, so at some point I did understand it, I think. Okay, let's use the approach of working backwards, as in we assume that we already have code that we don't have. And that code that I'm assuming we already have is going to call another function. And I'm just calling that function update textures. Update texture descriptors. We need this to be called as soon as we have both. So at this point, both arrays have. Okay, let's call on. This is called. Haha. It's going to be, but I'm sure it should be called. Nah, it is called. So when descriptor textures and textures are both initialized. And since this one is initialized super early, it's basically as soon as that one is initialized. And before the graphics pipeline is, because as soon as that is done I'm starting to use it, so I better do it before then. That means I can use both of them, which means that I can just run over both textures, which is apparently done like this. And then I have to update. Now we have an update, and the update was called, I don't know. Here we do it as well. So we can compare it with that. This file, window.h, must get something that looks a lot like that one. And this is a shader resource texture, and so are these M textures. Why the hell does that not work? C text. M textures is shader resource texture. So we have M textures T, and then I call update descriptor set alt on it with an owning window. Well, that's just like this, right? Where are we? In the window. In the window class. Binding 0. False. What? Okay. Oh, I was confused why it was a fixed number, but that's because I copied it from from the IMG code, which is just one texture. So yeah, we do need to know the binding, and we need to get the descriptor set somehow. And the false here means has frame resource. Yeah, that's definitely false. Textures do not have frame resources. So it's the second time that I'm looking at this and thinking, why the hell is this has frame resource passed to it? Well, that's because it is, it was a virtual function. And then sometimes that was passed through. I could add an assert here for this being false. But now it's no longer a virtual function. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Annoying. I don't know. One of the files is wrong. I don't know which one anymore. Didn't I just call that like this? No, like this. Forgot to delete this. Yep. As frame resource is no longer existing. Kadang, 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 kadang. Okay, that's better. And I'm U1, no longer passing false here. Yep. It's amazing. Hi. Yeah, okay. So what is the descriptor set and what is the binding? And I'm supposed to get that from the other. I don't think so, but textures. In this case it is scriptor textures array, which contains descriptor texture objects. This one. And the base class thereof contains not enough information. I don't think we can get it except when I also have my shader input data object. So I probably should use this one. Then I have at least a set descriptor set key, and that sounds like I should be able to get the descriptor set, right? Once you have the key, I mean, come on, you have the descriptor set. Haha. I know. It seems like the way I would code it. So it is simply an access to this thing, and the rest is nothing. So yeah, or maybe this one: set layout bindings to handle container. Set layout binding. Yeah, no, not really. Set layout bindings. So. Oh, that's my binding maybe. Also need a binding, so yeah. I don't know. Okay, let's have a quick look at this data here. Oh, both the descriptor set layout handle and the binding right there. This is what I need. The descriptor, it's in the name. The set layout binding. So it just means that this contains the information that you need. It's spelled out there, like literally. Okay, so how do I get that? Well, this type is there, but it's the key. So it is the key. And still kind of confusing then. How do I find that? It converts it to handles. It kind of expects you to already have it. The thing is being used. Is it being used? Right. Look. I have an accessor here. Something. In the base class, yeah. A C-red even. Access that one. Now I need to edit the file again where I was adding stuff, and I don't know which file that was. I have really no idea. No idea whatsoever. This one? Nope. I meant this one. Oh yes, this is the file. I don't know, how did I call it? Update. I think I just scrolled over it. Yeah, there it is. So the M descriptor textures is this descriptor texture which is derived from the base class, and the base class has this this function here, set layout bindings to handles, and it returns this. Don't you want to chat with girls? Just give your credit card number and we'll make sure you can chat with girls. Hide user on channel. Spam bots. Scam bots. More likely. Okay, so here we get a read locked access to, that's what it says here, const read access type, and normally I do not use abbreviations, but in this case it's kind of a, and I cannot find the word, convention I think is the right word for me. It's my personal convention. I'm using it so often that it really requires an abbreviation. It's an acronym by now. It lives a life of its own. I see this and I say, CRAT, and I just know what it is. So that locks a mutex and then, or some lock mechanism. Could be read-write lock. And then, by the virtue of creating it, it locks the mutex and gives me access. Const access, that is, read-only access. Now this thing is defined in base, and that is not base class of this class, which is just a window. So really you have to type something in front of it, a texture, and more namespace, and more namespace, and auto. So. Well, let me get this type back until I destruct again whatever we hold back, and then we release the mutex. I do not need to have it locked while executing this, I think. Probably not. But at this point I don't care. I care way more about knowing how to get the information that I wanted, before I forget what information I wanted. So now I have read access to this type here, set layout bindings to handles container type, which is that. It's a standard map which contains set layout bindings. So I can run over this thing here, all the members off. It's a map. I have read access to a map. Okay. and read access to a map so I can run over all of them. And with this type, let's remember the type. Scripter. Let's make this a const reference because I don't want to copy left and right. Set layout, binding. Run over the map. And on each set layout binding gives me a descriptor set layout, handle, and a binding. How weird is that? I only need one descriptor set. How can I have multiple? So that is super unexpected. Why would it have a map? Of multiple bindings and descriptor sets. What do they contain? So I think it might be a smart thing to look at where that map is being filled. I think. Where is this thing being filled? No. So that would be this type and then a what? A right axis type. We got a lot of them. How on earth? Why on earth would I have that many watts? All in one file. Log set layout binding is adding something maybe to it, and well, whatever you pass to it. This is, thank God, only debug code, but still. I'm guessing it's a write log because if I find it, I need a write log because set have log is not const. This is const. This isn't. So assign something. This is not debug code. This is in add set layout binding. Hey bear. Yeah, me. I'm from the Netherlands. Back Attack. It's a good name for a science fiction novel. Back Attack. Really would help if we would just remember everything that I was thinking while writing this. Or I should have added a lot more comments. At some point, coding is so difficult, this was very, very difficult, that I don't have the energy or time or anything to add extensive comments. I just have to, you're in a frenzy, you're trying to grab onto all the structure in your head. There is no time to take the time to type comments on a specific detail, because then you forget the rest. That's why I think I coded this without any comments. And then I forgot it anyway, and now I have coded, I forgot how it works without comments. Not a good thing. Well, that's the assert, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm trying to find it here, and we don't find it because it's an end. And then if you try to insert it with a try and place, that should succeed. If this asserts, then there is something really, really wrong. I mean, then that means that there is a horrible race condition that should have never existed. It's impossible even. I probably should just delete these two lines, because this means like, well, what? It should not be possible that this insert ever fails. That's what the question mark, exclamation mark mean. And there can't be a race condition because we right locked. It's right locked. So if it did not exist here, nobody else is gonna add it. Therefore, this is just always going to succeed. So yeah, the whole assert. It's such nonsense, I'm going to delete it. There. was looking for, oh, what the hell, I don't know what I'm looking for yet. Okay, so the error was unlock set layout binding. So now we have a lock, unlock, then we jump to the top. I only have 3 of them now. So the first one, 66%, probably 66.6%, but it's rounded off. Lock, set layout binding. Set have lock. That's debug code. Add set layout binding. So it's lock set layout binding. Okay, it's a pair. Descriptor set layout slash binding. So aka lock. Then add and then unlock. Don't mess with the bear. An abbreviation alert. PIB. What is it meaning? B stands for binding. B stands for a pair, maybe. And iterator. Boolean. Yeah. This is an iterator Boolean pair with a P at the front instead of at the end. If I ever want to remember that and make it an acronym, as in every time I have an iterator Boolean pair, probably should call it IBP. I'm going to change all my pips in IBP because I think that's easier to understand, to remember. Pip. It's all my pips. I'm going to teach all of them. Just so you know it, so the next hour I'm done. Don't worry, we're done. That was all. So my iterator Boolean pair first is then a Boolean. Yes? No, it's not. First is the iterator, idiot. First is the iterator, and then we dereference that, and we get again a pair. And then the second one is whatever we store in our map. And then on that we call log descriptor sets. Task, condition. Right. So on that being base, really? That looks more like it. Lock descriptor sets. Yeah, it's not in base, it's in set mutex and set handles. And the lock just locks the mutex, which is a task mutex, I bet. It's running by pausing a task in a condition. AI stateful task, yeah, AI stateful task mutex. It's not a real mutex, well it is in a sense, it's a task mutex. So we call this with a certain set layout binding, and then for that set layout binding we are locking something. And then later we unlock it again here. Again pausing the same set layout binding, I guess. And then somewhere in the middle maybe we're doing this. Add set layout binding. Get the right lock, do the same thing. And now we find it or we don't find it. And then we do find an IBP that we do not do anything with, because I deleted the assert. Because Post Bunny was saying that the assert was unnecessary. Carlo, this assert is unnecessary, so I deleted it. Blame Post Bunny. I have no idea what this is doing, really. I would say the locks is the business of some higher power. I'm going to concentrate on this add set layout binding instead. It's really adding something. Of course. What? Is it really true that this is where it is called? Yep. Only place in the whole world where this is being called. If you look to your left, you see that the only place in the world where add set layout binding is being called. And this is inside allocate, update, add handles and unlocking. Good thought, I've named it by the things that it doesn't do. No, I'm not getting paid. No, I'm poor Carlo, not being paid. The government is stealing all my money as well. But then nothing compares to the recession that we're getting. Within a year, there will be no food left and stuff like that. Prepare for losing half the money that you don't have. It's all dark clouds. So that's why I want to concentrate on just C++ and not payments, okay? I hate money. I don't care about politics. I don't care about money. I just want the code. So as long as I can pay my electricity bill, or either that, or you will only see me stream during the summer, during the day, when the sun is shining. Drink some water. Water with bubbles in it. Yeah, it's currently winter time, so no sun, certainly not now. It's dark outside. Yeah. I don't expect the energy bill or prices for energy to go up more than a factor of 2 from where it is now. I can't make that. And I would still be able to pay that, so I'll keep streaming anyway. It's my life. At most I'll have to turn off my PC maybe during the night when I sleep. Still not doing that, can you imagine? I'm so lazy. I don't want to reboot, it takes too much time. So I just leave my PC on all the whole night. While it is eating 120 watts. 128 even. But hey, while I'm working, it's consuming like 320 watts. I think, right? Let me have a look. Right now, uh, 200 watts. Nothing. I don't know. It's only using 200 watts now. 3 monitors on, PC on. So it's like, I think it's consuming 120 watts when the monitors are off, and then 80 watts more when I'm working with the monitors on. Power adapter. I'm not using a laptop. I'm having a real PC put together myself from components that I deemed worthy to be touched by me. Okay, let's code. No, seriously, I try to buy military grade stuff. I don't want a cheap PC. I mean, I want a PC that once it is put together and it works, it will just keep working. Never fail. Failing is really bad. It's still a riddle why this map exists. How can a single shader resource have multiple descriptor sets? And bindings, and or bindings. Why would we get here multiple times for the same shader resource? So this, what used to do the binding, is now doing nothing for texture. Okay, I'm just trying to avoid the difficulty, but let's go full difficult. I won't be looking at the chat for a bit, otherwise I get distracted. This function is called from two places. Really? Update missing descriptor sets. In progress. Okay, it's being called before we return. Wait until all parameters are unlocked. Okay, that uses the mutex, I guess. And unlocking. It's unlocking it because maybe... I don't get this at all. The first shader resource was already locked, and this is not the first set index that we process this call, which is set index, and continue with handling the set indexes that we already processed. So this is range. The range of set indexes that we already processed. I guess the in progress means only lock the first shader resource for every set index. Not a lock, already have the lock. No need to call lock. Set layout binding. Lock a set layout binding. Returns I guess false when it fails, aka when it is in progress. And then if that one was true, I do not have the lock. Alright, that doesn't mean anything, just get the lock if you don't. If it was in progress, then I guess we just back off here. This might never happen, so I don't have to understand it. I can just concentrate on the last call, where this is also a range. No comment unfortunately, but that is the last thing we do when everything goes smooth. Then what the hell is mset index and mset index end? Definitely is range. Hmm. Poo poo. Okay. So look at the chat again because I'm done with the difficult part where I had to concentrate. Like majorly. And what do you know? You just compose. Nikon. Funny as always. Entrance sequence for the Matrix. Yeah. Let me scroll up. I just caught up with all the chat. Gonna read everything. Are you paid? No. Not paid. Yes, the music. Nice music feels like you're saving the world. Yeah, it's good music for this thing, I think. And Jakub, yes, I cannot code when there are any vocals in it. Not even if they are singing like a No vocals for me. Still reading chat. Fry's tie. Yeah, well, thank you, man. Hello, Johnny. And let's go. That's true. How do you learn to program? I just started programming and I read a textbook. Okay, caught up with chat, I think. Now, what did I do? I added the function that is hopefully doing the right thing. But we still have to call it. And we have to call it What was I working on? I think I need... This function now needs to be called at the moment that everything is initialized, aka when the m descriptor textures is fully initialized. Yeah, that is I can improve this. I think I have a whole batch here, so maybe instead of calling update descriptor set alt and which does what it does, I should accumulate everything so I can do the updates in a single vulkan call instead of multiple calls. I mean, I have bloody 3 for loops inside each other now. But let's first get it to work in the first place. And this thing is thing being a vector here. Or no, yeah. Rather this thing. I don't know. It is being filled like one by one. And previously I was also updating one by one, but if I call this later, after I'm done with that, I can batch it, right? So it's even an improvement. But then how do I know when I'm done? I guess I have to go back to whatever is filling this thing. I mean, this is this function, but I have no idea what the function is. No idea. Just edited too many files. I cannot remember that. I'm going to try to remember it though. Shouldn't it like be the shader input data.cxx? Which, hey, we have that here. Let's try that one at the last line that we edited it. Yes, that is the file. So somewhere in here I'm calling something with update. And that calls also updates. Here, this one. So this is doing it one by one, or was doing it one by one. I added underscore all to it, and now this function is empty. It's not doing anything for textures. But I want that once I'm not calling this anymore. In other words, I'm not calling this anymore. In other words, we collected all the data we want to call that new function. Now, that means that we must be done with calling this function, aka we must be done with calling this function. Which means that we must be done with calling, we return false, we must be done with calling this function and returning true. Which is true. I must wait until this function returns true. And then not call it again. But I think that's the same thing. It returns true, we're not calling it again. Which means that that on right. Yeah, it looks like comments and declarations and stuff. I said it before, I really think that it's pretty important usually to have everything only used in a single place. So if you find one place, then that's probably the only place. So I don't even have to look at the rest. Cannot always be done, of course. Certain functions are functions, especially because you need to call it from two places. But at least that should happen in the same file then, from the same function-ish. Okay, we're just talking statistics here. Yeah, to give an answer to Kashoro, if I ever thought about it. What I'm interested in, I'm getting so old now that I'm going to talk into the past tense. Let's say what I was mostly interested in, always, or in general, are very hard problems. The more complex, the more I loved it, especially problems that other people gave up on. So if someone would come to me and they said, we tried this and we tried that and we cannot find anyone who can solve this, then I get interested. But that absolutely does not have to do anything with ethical hacking, aka circumventing security measures. In fact, I never looked into that very much, security. But my feeling is that basically security is not possible, not 100%. And with not possible, I mean that there is no solution. And therefore I'm not interested. I'm not interested in trying to work on stuff that has no solution. There must be a solution. Otherwise you cannot find it. If someone comes to me with a problem that is not solvable, and he said, I ask everyone and nobody can do it. Now, let me say, yeah, doesn't look very possible to me. You just want the impossible. And I think that, I don't know, security things are just not interesting to me. That being said, at some point I was an IRC operator, so many people knew me. And in the beginning of IRC, your IP number was even on display. So all the script kiddies knew my IP number, and they were, per definition, as an IRC operator, I was their enemy. So I had to make my PC secure, and I did. And not even sure I told that story before in the stream. I think I did. So some later famous hacker from Romania, he made the newspapers and everything. And we made a mailing list with FBI and CIA and every ISP in Romania and lots of system administrators all over the world that were attacked by him. And that was a whole hunt and stuff. But this was in principle before Romania made laws against cyber crime. So They couldn't stop this guy until literally he was so megalomaniac, megalomaniac. Yeah, he thought he could do anything and everything, as in pressure people, by threatening them. I'm gonna erase this or that. And at some point, he erased the hard disk of a local university, and then the students visited him with baseballs, and that was the end of it. Baseball bats. But that guy was trying to break into my PC, and he failed. But I noticed it, and I warned the other admins of the IRC network, saying, heads up. Someone tried to break into my PC, so they might as well try to break into the other servers of the network. And of course they didn't listen. Not everyone took it very serious. And he did break in several of those servers. So then the story started from that point on. And then everyone started to like, oh my god, what are we going to do against this guy? Okay, that was a whole story. Anyway, why did he not succeed to break into my PC? Because at that point, like I said, I was very paranoid, and I had sealed off my PC, except for all the daemons that were running on it. So if you have a port open, because you just have to have a port open, I was only running daemons that I wrote myself. Meaning no exploit was known. Plus, I hardened them anyway. I wrote it with a paranoid mindset. But also, if you would like try anything, you would make contact with the daemon that was running, and then you try something, and it was a completely unknown thing that would absolutely not react to any known exploit. Plus, as far as I know, there weren't any exploits. But okay, apparently you cannot say that. But yeah, now these days I'm just running whatever Arch gives me. I just have the open source stuff that is running, and only updating once a month or once every 2 months. So I bet my PC is full of holes, but nobody knows my IP address, and there's always people that try to break in, but they just automated things fail per definition, because I'm running Linux and they are always aimed at Windows boxes, I guess. It's different when you are targeted specifically. So yeah, and this is not an invitation, because I really let my guard down a lot. As in, it's not that hard to find my IP number, if you really want to. But I'm assuming that the people that watch this stream are no criminals nor immature idiots that think that their dick grows if they break into PCs. Yeah, this cybercrime is now so widely spread that everyone is paying serious attention to it, or mostly leave it to the other people. But still you hear every time again that there is some kind of exploit, so people can get root from the outside. I mean, like, what the fuck? How does anyone manage to write a daemon that is connecting to the internet, that you can connect to from the outside, that allows you to get root? How stupid can you be? I wouldn't write anything like that ever. I cannot imagine it. And then the stupidest of things. These people, I don't know what they do. I mean, come on, buffer overflows. Hello. If I write code where I read something that can be influenced by a user, aka anything that comes in from a socket, you just write your code assuming that absolutely everything can be read. You know, it's like there is this evil guy feeding you bytes. That's how you write your code. Not like, well, I know what the protocol is, so I'm going to write something that, if the protocol is correct, will work. No, of course not. You have to assume that from the very beginning, that whatever they send you is targeting your operating system. Well, anyway, let's talk about something else. Of course, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, this line. This is the line, right? So as soon as this returns true, I should be done. Well, that means that either I return or I get here. So here we are done. Ta-da, we are done. At this point. End pipeline layout creation. Is the multi-loop magic footer start next loop add, but that would be different pipeline. Nevertheless, might as well wait until we pass all this as well. Characteristics. Might as well wait till the whole pipeline factory is done. Or not. Yeah. There's a small spider sitting here on my keyboard. Hello. On the one hand, I leave spiders alone. On the other hand, I let them starve. Because there's nothing to eat here in the house. I should have put it outside. So when it climbs on my table and then sits in front of me, maybe that's the spider saying, "Please, human, I'm so hungry. Help me." Yeah. That might take a while, but I have to help this spider. It's just asking me for help by sitting here, right? I mean, it's, yeah, it looks like it. Do you think it's a coincidence? But if it is, it should crawl on my finger if I put my finger in front of it. They never do. No, it's not doing that. Okay, never mind. Rolled under my keyboard. The problem is that It's being called on the M shader input data. So yeah, if we stop calling this, and then we will no longer call this. And if we no longer call this, we will no longer be calling this on shader resource. But shader resource itself is coming from shader resource per set index, which is a member of on the shader input data. But the shader resources inside that are being added here. That's a pushback. Sorting it, reading it, commenting on it, asserting stuff. We can unlock. It's just using. There's only one place where you really push something to it, that's here, which happens in initialize shader resources per set index, and then we push back a shader resource here. Holy moly, this is a file about shader resources. There we are, loops over required shader resource list shader resources. Which in turn is filled, sort, empty, pushback here, probably the only place, right? Do I really have to test that? Source again. Pushback. Register shader resource. Now here it is passed to. So it is the arguments that are passed to register shader resource, member function of shader input data, that we are calling. And that happens from add texture and from add uniform buffer. Which happens, let's use the add texture thing, which happens in user code from a pipeline characteristic where set shader resources actually members of that pipeline characteristic. Isn't that interesting? For example, in this case, calling it here, that's just a proxy. So this is in a task. Well, the task is the texture test pipeline characteristic object, which is well, it's a pipeline characteristic, which is very dedicated to the pipeline. So yeah, well, once we're done with the whole pipeline factory, I think we're done with, say, even the actual shader resource objects. Unless there is another pipeline characteristic that also calls on the window add shader resources too. Then we have a problem. In fact, I think that this particular case has that. We have not only two pipelines, I'm using two different pipeline factories for it. So each of them are calling this. Isn't that kind of strange? No, it's not strange. It's not strange at all. Aha, okay. I'm seeing the light. I'm seeing the light. This is where we wanted to go to. Yes, okay. We're being called twice, and now if I bind, in one case I bind them to, or update them with two textures, and in the other case I update them with also two textures, but different textures. Then we have our solution. Then I get 4 textures. Aha, that is what I want. So what I'm going to do is indeed something at the end of each pipeline factory. It looks like the most sensible thing to do. And well, in particular, it seems to be related to this add shader resources too, because I'm calling this twice, and that's the reason that we are being called back twice. And I get a pipeline with it. What is this M pipeline? Integer. That's great. Yes, that's exactly what I need here. So my add shader resources has a pipeline which I'm currently not using. But if I add that, if I pass that somehow as custom data to the shader input data, then I can later do a callback. Okay, now this is a bit there. Amon, yes, no, not really actually. I never get tired. Well, that's not true. Yeah, I went to bed even yesterday. Oh, you said early. I thought you said he went to bed yesterday. Yeah, I went to bed early. Yeah, and actually I did. Don't say grind in front of Post Bunny. Really, you have no idea what you just did. Het serieus hoe het doen. Ja. Okay. Is it worth becoming a programmer? Or Amen asks, randomly putting bro in front of it. Really, I think it's a stop word or something. I think it's in your blood. Either you want to program or you don't. If you want to make money, it's not a good job. No, I don't think so. I mean, if you want to make millions, you have to be a scrupulous psychopath with a lot of knowledge about macroeconomics and I don't know. I wouldn't mind to be a billionaire or something like that, but it seems that only really evil people can manage to do that. Except Elon Musk. He's wonderful. But yeah. If it's not in your blood, it's not you want to, like, oh man, this is fascinating, I'm going to study economics and law and manipulating people and corrupting politicians because it seems so awesome. And I'm going to steal money from the poor. If that's not in your blood, then you should not do it. I think. So in my case, I'm pretty poor, but I do what I love most. That is coding the whole day long. And I have enough money to warm my house and pay my electricity bill. I don't have a car, I don't smoke, I don't buy new clothes all the time. I don't have friends, I don't have a family, so enough money. Yeah. I guess if you have a wife and kids, then you have not enough money, but there's a tip. If you want to have a good life, don't marry. Yeah, but that's why, that's why the certain population of certain... Nah, let's not get into that. Getting kids is good. It seems to be expensive these days. I don't have friends, no. And where would I get those friends from? Just sitting here. Jonah, Diane, what is your opinion on GT3 GitHub Copilot and the future of programming? Yeah, did you mean GPT? Because the GT3 thing does not ring a bell. Copilot does. I mean, GPT-3, like GPT-4, is just a large language model. There's no intelligence whatsoever, and I don't think that using that, and I think Copilot is indeed exactly the same thing, but then trained on code. I don't think that you can write interesting programs without any intelligence behind it. So, nah. But then again, I saw a few YouTubes where they typed in, write this or that code that does this or that, and it wrote it. Seemed impressive, in a way, but I don't think that will ever be able to write something like this, except when it just copies my code. I think humanity has a long, 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 long way to go before we have computers that are actually smart and start to do stuff that that is new, as it were. I did at some point define what intelligence means, and I was serious about it. I think that I have formulated a definition of intelligence, and a while ago, so I was a lot smarter a while ago. And by now, it seems that humanity is kind of going in that direction a little bit, although they do not really undescribe it as the definition of intelligence. Otherwise, they would try much harder in that direction. But it happens, so they're on the right track. I put it on the internet. I wonder if it can be found with Google. I don't think so. Definition intelligence. Yeah, it's not. It's too many other pages. I would have to type my own name with it, probably. Cannot even find it back. I did not publish it on the Colorwood, by the way, so that's not the name that you have to add. I think it's on a website of what is this website called, where you have anyone can add web pages to it. I'm kind of disappointed though, because I hope that I type in literally the title and I get something else. It's like it's ignoring my quotes here. No, none of those. I don't feel like giving away my an pseudonym of me on the stream, and another pseudonym. I guess if we do that, if I find it, I would do it anyway. So I could type it in and see if I can find it. If I find it, then I'll just see it anyway, I guess. I don't know. Probably doesn't matter. That was a pseudonym that I used as a coder, actually. It's a coder name that I used for Second Life. Nope. No, most of the. I mean, you have Reddit. No, you can really make web pages on it. Your own web page. I'm really disappointed about Google. I think they just scheduled my page extremely low because it's not linked by anyone. Just some old web page written by one guy that nobody is interested in. Hey, wanted definition of intelligence. I'm also not interested. I don't even click on it because I'm like, yeah, I already know what it is. And if you have something something else, then you're wrong. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to find it, but on a different monitor. No, damn it, I want a different monitor there. Even if I type my pseudonym at it, it's not finding it. Holy moly. I do find someone who reacts to me. What? Let's see, what is this? Oh, I found it. Okay, still there. The definition of intelligence, I wrote somewhere. A truly intelligent entity needs to have self-awareness and external stimuli. True intelligence has everything to do with internal simulation of the environment of a being, artificial or not. And through that simulation, the ability to predict the consequences of its actions. So, a Tesla car that is driving around is closer to intelligence in my eyes than PTB3 or GTP3 because GTP3 has no interactions with any environment, while the electric cars, the Teslas, they are really learning from the environment. Anyway, continues. So, and through that simulation, the ability to predict the consequences of its actions. Okay, the car thinks, shall I turn left? Then I will hit it, hit the old lady, or shall I turn right and hit 3 kids? And it must predict what the results is of those, and then make a decision. An intelligent computer would need to exist inside some environment that was not part of itself. It would have to receive stimuli from that environment, its perception of the environment, and it should be able to influence that environment by means of actions. And then, when it learns how the stimuli change as a result of its actions, it would build up an internal model, as it were, of its environment, enabling itself to predict the consequences of its actions even before actually doing it. I think that awareness here is the awareness of oneself inside this internal simulation. The notion of a self and the difference between oneself and the environment. And then I have one more sentence that says, in this case, that is clearly not even remotely the case with AI. Bottom line is that I don't believe that intelligence can be written or simulated until you let it learn from an environment. So they really need to make robots, and Tesla's again on the right track there. They are making robots that you can, buy for. I think the goal was 20,000 euros. And if they sell 1 million of those robots, then those robots are going to learn from their own experience in the real world. And they will be sending all their experience back over the internet and then learn from each other. So say you give it the order, water my plants, and it walks to your kitchen to fill the, thing with water that they use to give plants the water, and something goes wrong. It bumps into the tap, or I don't know, it doesn't fit, or it puts too much water in it. too little, and they will learn from that. And then if a lot of robots water plants everywhere, then eventually they become excellent in doing that without making any mistake. And then they are learning in an environment. Now the next step then, of course, is that their computer becomes so powerful that they can internally simulate anything they want and then become self-aware, to see the difference between themselves and the environment. And that's, of course, very far away, because we don't have computers that powerful yet. Certainly not computers that can carry it around inside a robot. Unless that robot is literally only motors and camera and has a connection with the internet, and the real computer, the real intelligence, is just some supercomputer somewhere who has all those robots as its limbs, as it were. So you're not separate little robots. It's just one computer, one intelligence who controls a lot of robots everywhere. That might become self-aware at some point, I guess. Why am I looking at this? Okay, I'm not tired, but I'm getting like I want to do something else feeling. It's pretty early though, 9 o'clock. What was this? Add shader resources to. Oh, right, yeah. So what I want to do is somehow communicate user data to the shader input data object here in a way that I can send that back when a callback is made. And the callback is made after the pipeline finished. The pipeline is represented by the shader input data here. So why wouldn't I do something like add callback? I'm just looking it up. Have some lambda, void, who cares? That thing is going to call the function that I added. This is window, right? Yeah. So which function did I add? Something with update in it. Update texture descriptors. That's my new function. Well, that means that we need to capture this thing, and well, there must be standard thing here. So general, I mean, so we cannot pass any arguments. But I do want to pass an argument to this function, namely pipeline. So we have to capture the pipeline as well. Can capture it by value, of course, capture it by value. So then this add callback here will then be called once the pipeline is completely done, or the pipeline factory that this thing belongs to. So I tell it I have 2 textures and please call me back when you're done, right? And the funny thing is that because this is being called twice, once I'm going to have 2 pipeline factories, so this is going to be called twice. So this is going to be called twice. So this is going to be called twice. And one of them will be called with pipeline 0, and one of them will be called with pipeline 1, and then I bind my textures to it. Different textures for different pipelines. This is going to be perfect. This is exactly what we need. Let's do this. Yeah. I have to implement add callback. Okay, there's one little change here now. My update texture descriptors now has a user thing here. Pipeline. And then you wonder why. What? Check some things. Update. Okay, I'm having this and I'm having this. Yeah, well, that's simple. Just simple. We just need to increase my textures. Let's begin simple and just invert it. So if pipeline is 0, then we do what we do now. Otherwise we invert it. Minus t, right? I mean, t is just 0 or 1. Number of textures is 2. Okay, I'll pretend that I don't know that. Wait. Yeah, so we'll just invert all of them. This looks cleaner. And I keep forgetting. I think that this tertiary thing is a very low precedence, right? So it's going to do this one first and then the question mark. Well, I guess, yeah. Either that or we'll want to get a warning. It says, warning, 0 is always false. Yeah. Drum ruffle. Boys Bunny's going to tell us where she's from. Is she? Now I'm cold. It's still 18 degrees. And now the opposite happened. I'm cold. Cold. My feet are cold also. Just have socks on. 18 degrees and feet with socks. Not a good combination, apparently. No, it's warm. I think it's warm. Didn't put a coat on when I went outside today. Rice, the thing that there is no true friend in my life. Yeah, I recognize myself there. So you make a good coder. How can you be a coder if you have a social life? It doesn't work. Got to be married with your computer. In Moscow it is snowing. Oh. Is Moscow not more north than I am? I'm not sure how much more north it is. I think a little bit. Okay, so yeah, how do I get this callback working? I need to add callback and then have it called. But I'm really yeah, I want to stop. I want to do something else. I don't feel like adding it now. Sorry for the people who wanted to see it work. I have the feeling that if I just add this one more thing, then we have it working. Probably should do that, right? Just quick. Okay, I'm gonna quickly add it. Stop watching the chat because it's distracting like hell. I'll just quickly add this. I need music to do that, as in, really? Should I input data? And vertex input binding add texture, there it is. Probably only using state, so let's put it here. I know, just quick is quick. Therefore, we add a callback here. Doesn't return anything, it takes a lambda, which we put in a standard function, obviously. And then I have to store that by value. Can you move those things? I have to create it anyway. Come back. It's not a good name, callback. I don't want to put time into thinking of a better name right now. And this function is yeah, just like that. So I need to add it, of course, so I can actually store it. Callback. And this here, I'm leaving it here. It's, of course, it should not be left right there, but I'm just adding a fix me. Add fix me. Think of a better name. API. This is just a hack, right? So, and then we have it. I still have to call my callback at the end of the I think I have to call it at the where the comment says end. Well, since I'm hacking anyway, I'm doing that because I don't have any range yet and blah blah blah. So we just want to see something work and quickly, and then that's the right place. No match for call to standard function void. What? Okay, confused. I'm an idiot. Complete idiot. So then I need to enter the pipeline factory, right? And do the actual callback. And then I should have swapped my textures in one pipeline. That's annoying. Update texture descriptors is cannot be const. No, that really. No. Update texture descriptors is not const because I've taken the read access here. No, not really. I think this thing is const. Totally const. And here we do a call update descriptor set alt on it, which is also const. I think I can just make this one const. Scary. Doesn't feel const. Why is update descriptor set alt const? I don't care. I just want it to work quickly so I can do something else. Please. Shall I eat again pea soup? How do you pronounce that? P-E-A. Yes, not P-E-E. No, P-E-A. And still you call it pea soup. Disgusting. It compiled, but I'm not calling it yet. Grab project sources for pipeline factory. So we're going to go to the pipeline factory file, and then we're going to find the multiplex, and I'm going to find the word end, and I'm going to call. I'm just going to call it here. I just want to fix me. Is this the right place? Heck. Okay, what was it that I wanted to call again? The callback. Alright, callback. And that should do it. Now the sad thing is, of course, when it does not work, because then the question is, okay, I can look at the chat again. What do you guys think? Is this going to work? Like, we have texts again, it doesn't crash, no validation errors, and the texts are swapped on one side. It's like the last 4 hours that I'm coding, all those changes, everything works. Seems extremely unlikely, right? So it's not going to work. Pretty close, no validation errors. It shows the textures again. Whoa, it's not bad at all, this. But the textures are not swapped. That's a disappointment. Actually, they are swapped, but they are swapped in both pipelines. The cat used to be at the top. Why are they swapped in both pipelines? It's so annoying. I know. Oh yes, they are swapped in both pipelines because I did not implement texture arrays yet. So I'm simply binding it to the same descriptor. So first I'm binding them correctly, like they used to be, and then I'm binding them again with swap textures. Now I think there is a race condition between these two factories. So if I run it a few times, you'll probably see sometimes the cat at the top and sometimes the cat at the bottom. As a result, yeah, there it is. So now the cat is at the top and before it was at the bottom. We are done. I'm gonna stop the stream. We'll fix this later. For the rest, I think I did everything correct. So everything I did today just works. I'm just not done yet. So we made progress. Yay. Good night, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow.